Good afternoon, welcome, hope you're well. You join us down in South America today in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 with the PMDG 777-300ER. We're at VPILOT's version 2, I suppose you could call it, or it's more so a native Bogota El Dorado International Airport's ICAO code SKBO. Designed and developed specifically for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, so there's some additional bits and some new things that are included in this that might not actually already be in the 2020 version. So again, like the other one, it is available only on the msfs marketplace. And we're off today to French Guiana to go and check out Cayenne, a new airport by SLH Sim Designs, which is a developer that we've enjoyed the products of in the past, specialising, I suppose you could say, in Caribbean scenery, so to speak. Joe, good day to you. MPS Gaming, good afternoon, Macy. Hope you're well. Let us know what you think, by the way, in the live chat as we make our way around this airport today. Flight time 3 hours, folks. Badger, good afternoon, mate. Chris, Liam, good to see you guys. David, good afternoon. Zato, welcome, mate. Flying along as always in the Air France A350 1000 or 900, I think, aren't you? Chris Packet, indeed, yes. Golden, very nice, shiny. Rob, good afternoon. Hope you're okay, matey. And Ashley, hope you're enjoying your trip to China and South Korea. Welcome. So there's a couple of little tweaks, and this is a nice scenery, to be fair. It's very high altitude here in Bogota. It's a shame this isn't available anywhere else other than the MSFS marketplace, because you guys know that I'm not really a fan of the MSFS marketplace, but VPILOT's made some really nice kind of sceneries, as we can see here. I think I'd need to double check the pricing, but I don't think it's that expensive. Yeah, that's one issue in itself. There is no upgrade path for people who own the 2020 version to get this 2024 scenery at a discount. I don't know if that's because of the limitations of the marketplace. I'm not sure. You might know a bit better, Ashley, than perhaps I do. But that is the kind of the only letdown, really, I think, of this scenery, is the fact that if you already own the product, like a few of us do from flying in and out of here in the past on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, then you're kind of lumped with having to pay full price again, which I do wholly disagree with, if I'm honest. That's the biggest letdown. But yeah, it's a nice scenery nevertheless. If you've not purchased it, then actually if you're on 2020, then you can get yourself this straight out of the box from the marketplace. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? Prior to loading in today, about 30 minutes prior to the stream going live, I loaded in live time, live weather, as is usually the case, started getting the jet ready, and had the most amazing sunrise in the sim here. So it is a decision from the developer then, Ashley. Yeah, so I think maybe we could try and argue that should be changed. There should be a discount for current users at least to upgrade the scenery. I think that's only reasonable and fair. Lots of interior. I might have to lean on some of you guys to work out if there are specific differences comparable to the 2020 version, because I can't really remember. Look at this. The live time, live weather, by the way, that actually changes as the clock moves. So 6:04 local here in Bogota, Colombia, and we might just sit and watch this a second, actually. Wait to see what happens. We've got here really cool high detail pictures and things. Yeah, Ashley says there's no limitations in the marketplace. The 2024 marketplace was built with upgrade price capability. I've already upgraded some for free and some for just £5 from the marketplace. Come on, when's 12:05 local UK time? It's baking in this house today where I am. There we go, look at that, tick. So that moves in linked with kind of the real time where you are, which is quite nice to see. Really good night lighting and things like that inside, nice emissives. A couple of little, I suppose, free bits of advertisement for the developer there. There's little things spinning around. It's nice to see a bit of an interior, and you can see the clocks from outside various locations along the airfield. So we walk around through the apron. There's a little bit of life on the apron as well. Caution lighting, some little wigwags, little animations and signs that change. Afternoon, Dwal, how are you, mates? Liam, what do you mean? PMDG tablet says 31 instead of 32. Don't quite follow you there, mate. Have a look at the main concourse. We'll work our way towards the jet. I'm sure someone will find out how much this is if they were buying it brand new, but say for example it was $15 US. If you already purchase it, I think it's more than reasonable that you get at least 50% off if you already own scenery. Oh, there's a little bit of a reversed texture there. Interesting. What about the other side? No, that's fine. It's just reversed on one side, not the other. Yeah, the world's laziest travelator. People that can't be bothered to walk 20 meters. That's there in real life. I feel like it is. High terrain, as we said at the start here. So we've got a bit of an interesting climb out. We're in a very high performing aeroplane naturally, so we're not going to envisage any problems with climb out performance, but look at that for a scenic backdrop. Surrounded by mountains. It's not quite Quito or Mexico City, but we'll have a look in a minute to see what the airport elevation and all that kind of stuff's going to be. I tend to use, Liam, I tend to use SimBrief Performance Calculator on the SimBrief website. We've finished boarding, so it's closed the door by the looks of it and binned off the jetty, because we're there at stand 41 in the LATAM livery. Yeah, everything's high performing thanks to the G90s. Nice to see an Osprey. Lovely job. So French Guiana, I think we've never gone to in the past in the sim. A little bit of life over there as well, a static and a nice little control tower. Colombian Air Force 777. Very complicated looking tower structure there, look. With an interior by the looks of it. But we shan't bother going all the way over. El Dorado. Here we go. Right, so we're going to work through a little bit of a brief. We'll walk through what we're going to do today, what the plan is going to be. Throw myself out there a little bit. I might change it in the EFB actually into kilos because we've got it preset to pounds, and I don't like pounds. I like the money pounds, but I don't like the weight metric of pounds. But there we are in a LATAM 777-300ER livery for the day. It's the closest we can get to a realistic one because unfortunately we have no Osprey Airways liveries for the 777s that are compatible in the sim currently, which is rather disappointing, but hopefully that might change at some point in the future. For those of you who have been asking for it on DMs and things, I can only apologise. So the tablet's all fired up, we've got our routing already in. I'm going to change it to pounds because it's I don't like it otherwise. What have we got? So let's go options. Is it in here? No. To the one, that one. I can't remember where it is. Ah, there it is. It'd be in the other one. I'll put it on kilos. 34 kilos of fuel. Jolly good, that's nice. Happy days. Rightio. So, My Stream Deck, by the way, is broken with an update, so you have to bear with me. I have to manually click to show you guys.
Facing east on previous point, Bravo 7.
Navigraph and all that jazz. So it takes a little bit of a while. Right, El Dorado, stand 4-1, push start, facing south. We're going to work down to 3-2 right. Taking off, northbound, onto the Zipaquira or Bravo departure. So that's initially flying runway heading to Tilbu, which is not long after departure at 9,200 feet. Then we're going to turn right 050 degrees, max 185 knots, until we intercept the Zipaquira radial 230 degrees, inbound. We'll pass Vara at max 230 knots between 12 and 14,000 feet. So we're going to probably still climb with maybe a notch of flap, I'm not sure, but we'll see how it goes. Don't necessarily need it in this jet. It's an absolute beast. Zipaquira between 15 and 17,000 feet, and then working out to, well, I think it's Acrob we want actually. Let me just double check, because I might have configured this a bit wrong in the jet. Oh no, it's giving us Bov. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, no, it still wants us to go via Bub. Oh, we'll do that anyway. Change that back. Is it 4 Delta above? Now I've got to get Acrob off the plan because it's put it in there. Like so. That's easy. Mathis, good afternoon. Hope you're well. Did you go to Flight Sim Expo with the rest of the PMDG team? If so, hope it was good. So 155, 157, 159 for our departure for today. We've got Elevatex, which I'm increasingly a fan of, powering today's flight tracker. Like so. I've already got it. Oops. I've already got an absolutely stonker of a screenshot that I've put on there, which is very nice. So we've got that running, and I've got VRAS working in the background as well, so we're going to get some runway awareness thrown at us for the duration of today's journey. So we've got the route in, Zipaquira for Bravo via above, and then working all the way out to Paquet, which is pretty much the close arrival into Cayenne, French Guiana. 3-2 rights, as we mentioned, and then right at the bottom of the list, Zipaquira for Bravo. And then we've got there our speeds, flap 5, cell temper 20, D-rate 2, and we've got V1 155, V rotate 157, V2 159, which we've then set in the jet like so. While we carry on the chat, just going to pop the APU on. I'm going to pop the tanks on as well because I will forget otherwise. So that's all good. That's all set. That's on guarded. That's all on. Hydraulics are on. Seatbelt signs can come completely on. That's all set as required. Nav and logo lights are on. Anti-ice is on automatic. Pumps we've now turned on, ready to go. Packs are on auto. Just wait for the APU to fire up. Good, APU running. Got a bit of duct pressure going on. I set a load of new custom views for today, folks, as well. And you can see there our elevation. So the QNH currently 1029 in inches of mercury, in the America's money, 3039. And yeah, we're 8,370 feet above mean sea level, which is very high. It's always a bit of a push for the 737s, A320s, so on and so forth, operating at these altitudes. They can do it. You just demand a bit more from the aeroplane. Flight directors are on. That's set. We're initial climb 18,000. We'll wind it up to the cruise of 370 for today. There we go. And then we'll consider a step climb to 390 as we're en route. And it's 5 minutes to go. Let's get the tug attached. Get rid of the music. Release ground power. Pop the beacon on now because I will forget. Just make sure I'm tracking this on New Sky. I am. And VPILOT still on. So a couple of views for you. There's the cabin.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
And here's a couple of the views I've set up, including a little wingtip view. Sun's come pretty quick, to be fair.
Departure checks completed. Bypass being inserted.
They're not quite completed. I need the doors to be closed. So they're all done, they're all closed. Wait for those to close. Good. Got to do all the roles today. Ground crew, cabin crew, pilots, first officer, captain, air traffic control, radar. Let's go arm all. Check the ground connections there. Happy days. Parking brake is on. We'll remove the chocks in a moment. And, ooh, what spot do we want? West or east? Well, we're going to want east. Spot 15 or spot 13 is the question. Hmm. 14 west. I'm going to click 13 east. I've got no idea what's about to happen because that's actually over here. Let's see. He's clear. I'm basically going to be where the Air France is. We'll find out. Eldorado traffic. Land Columbia 165. Stand 41. We're pushing start facing east. Spot 13. Bogota. G90s. So we have. That's all good. That's all good. That's all good. We've got things like single engine start to consider on this one. The Rolls-Royce can do dual engines, but not the G90s.
Bogota traffic, Oscar 74 radio check.
Visibility 5. Left start. N2. Let's throw the fuel in as well. Go for this view.
Bogota traffic, Oscar
There's spot 13.
Back from stand 34 facing south.
We should get a bit of a push and then a
Bogota
pull if this is designed as a custom pushback correctly.
Back from stand 17 facing west.
be end airport. The push pull.
Bogota traffic
Right engine start.
land Colombia Mama Patevi taxi runway 3 to right.
Note this intentional
Bravo
movement.
Bravo 13
Lift and raise,
runway 3
pull up, and then
right
drop
on
into its latch.
Alpha 10 for
Thinking the Air India 787 incident the other week, the initial kind of report that's been released. Spot 13. Jolly good.
Please set parking brakes.
Later, so flightsim.to's got some, but this one is actually included in the PMDG Operations Center 3, which you can download all the liveries from, including this one. Doesn't yet have an import feature, which is where we've got the issues with our virtual airline stuff, because they're all PTP files, and unfortunately none of them seem to be installable in MSFS 2024 via the PMDG OC3 program. So hopefully that will get solved some point soon. Precisely, you can't accidentally shut both engines down. That's the unfortunate point. So it seems to be my kind of biggest assumption of what had taken place, you know, a la German wings many years ago. Those who remember that, similar, may have taken place. But we'll wait for the full report as always. Rather sad, nevertheless. Okie dokie. So that's engines 1 and 2 looking good. It's bacon in this room, my goodness. We want takeoff trim to 5. Which we can verify in the flight control tab, like so. In the stab section, rudder trim 0. So what have we got here? Park brakes on, that's good. Radios are set. Transponder, I'll just set to 2000. We'll go on TARA, ready to go, just to save me doing that. Flaps 5. Auto brake RTO. LNAV, VNAV. Auto throttle systems armed. Flight directors are on. I can't seem to get any lights up here for some reason.
Australian for a taxi runway 32 point Alpha 9 via
Now we'll do some flight control checks.
November Alpha.
Oh, is it CTAF down there? You know what? I'm not sure. Does anyone know? A couple of rudder things, because my Thrustmaster T-Flight rudders are cheap naff. Okie dokie, parking brake is off. Taxi lights on. It's interesting, I've got no overhead lights, even though all of the systems are on. And very bright. I think Australia's included, Alex, as well now. Bogota traffic, Land Columbia 165 heavies taxiing, spot 13, left Bravo, 8 right Bravo to hold Alpha 10, runway 32 right Bogota. VAT USA, VATCAN and VATMEX. Thank you, matey. Okay, let's go. Justin, evening, buddy. Hope you're well. Ryan, yeah, unfortunately it would. The flight computers or the FADEX would just be regulating the power to the engines and assessing various things in the different stages of flight. But it won't prevent a fuel cut-off, which, as you can probably see now, is a massive flaw in the system. But then at the same time, you might need to cut it off. Where do you draw the line?
Pushing back facing south, southeast.
Oh, actually, I've got to swift off over towards Alpha here. Bravo comes to a stop and takes me to cargo by the looks of it. How you doing, Justin? Hope you're well. Terrain radar will possibly come in handy once we get airborne, but look at that. Red everywhere. Peaks of 12,600 feet. Oh, Justin, that's amazing. Santorini, Athens, Dubai holiday. So are you flying into Dubai first, then heading out to Athens and Santorini, or are you flying in via somewhere else first? Cabin secure, let's get the APU off. Axeron. Auto. Oh, it's very dark, isn't it? You're properly enjoying that Starship, aren't you, Zato? Nice little rollout on the taxi here. I have a feeling like I might have to set the wing view to like here instead for that departure flex.
Traffic, Columbia 15 heavy helicopter runway 23 right from Alpha 10 for Bogota traffic.
Let's get traffic mode on. So that's all good, that's set. We'll give a couple of minutes for... Is that Carlito ahead? I think it might be. Right, it's Mohammed. We'll give him a couple of minutes. Flying into Guiana. One runway, very narrow. Nice long runway though. Only a couple of heavy stands, or one, technically one heavy stand, but there is a backtrack required, so we need to kind of give each other about 5 minutes between departures, in reality. Justin, cheers matey, have a great flight, he says. Luke's in his favourite bird today. Yeah, it's been ages since I've been in the 777-300ER. I have missed it, it's bloody good. Ooh, you know what I have forgot? No, I haven't. RTO, good. If in doubt, double check. There says fuel cut-off has to be there in case of engine fire. We'll have to wait for the final report to know who and why they got cut off and then restarted. There is a question that's been surfaced as, was there anybody on the jump seat? And that's a question I don't think has been answered. But yeah, we need to wait for that final report. It's really important we do that, rather than be kind of subjective and make guesses and assumptions. Who's taking part in hard jobs, by the way? VATSIM Saudi Arabia's invited Osprey Airways pilots. Off he goes, he's rolling, so we've got 12:30. Yeah, you know what, it's going to give me that, isn't it? The inbuilt checklist, it's going to warn me. So we'll override some of these, because I haven't used it. Taxi takeoff briefing completed. Anti-ice recall checked. Yes, tick. Full takeoff flaps 5. Jolly good. Thanks, David, for reminding me. I may have forgotten that. Yeah, but again, he's just making an assumption. Bearing in mind, you know, his entire industry now is based on clicks. So I'll take everything that, you know, folks like him say with a massive pinch of salt. Because it may well be, I mean, there was mention initially, there was talk that the Indian authorities were actually going to hide the full report from public and news outlets and things. So it may well be they've only just provided a very basic overview of what's happened without including that kind of detail, because naturally that would instantly put people's minds into focus of like the worst case scenario.
Bogota traffic pushback 598 stand
31.
Push and start.
When we turn off lights, let's get all the lights on. Let's start to line up. That's good, that's good. That's all set. Overhead looks jazzy. Lots of terrain.
Because traffic that's the correction done. Columbia 15 heavy airborne.
We'll take our time.
120 coming 3770 for
approaching
traffic.
3-2 right.
That's VRAS. Get it on contrail. Yeah, Tata Group owns Air India, as Ashley said. They're the ones that are behind that big kind of rejuvenation, I suppose, of the airline with the A350s and the brand new livery, which actually looks pretty decent, doesn't it? Nice and wide for the turn. Bogota traffic, line Columbia 165 heavies lining up 3-2 right. Very casual.
On runway 3-2 right.
Yeah, I tend not to watch him anymore, David. Myself. But that's it, yeah. But I don't even trust that blank Lolo. I can't even say his name. I just don't watch any of them. I just think they're just wading in on stuff that, yes, they might know about, but because there's hype around it and they're just trying to make money off it. No worse than the news, really. No better than the news. SIDS. Zipaquira. Come on, Navigraph. Well, I've got another about 2 minutes for the departure. 1.5 minutes. Justin, is VRAS worth the purchase? It depends really what you're going to use it for, how you're going to use it, all that kind of stuff. I think I like to use it. It's quite an interesting thing to use in the background. It works pretty well, to be fair, in most aeroplanes. In reality, not all aeroplanes have got systems like that fitted into them. But some of them do. It's nice to have. Indeed, Bran, yeah. The industry, well, generally across India is incredibly corrupt. Rightio, let's go. So that's going to be almost 5 minutes. Bogota traffic, Land Columbia 165 heavies, taking off 3-2 right, Zipaquira 4 Bravo departure, Bogota.
Australian for laying up behind the depart in 777.
Brakes off, let's get it through 40. 50%. Toga. Toga's active, LNAV VNAV's on standby, speed's alive. Power set. $80 knots. High altitude, but we're still using flex today with quite a big D rate. as you can see. We actually use quite a lot of the runway today because of the altitude. We're not particularly heavy. V1 rotor always gets me, the amount of time we're on the runway for. It makes me more and more nervous as we progress. Nice smooth rotation, counter that little bit of crosswind. Whee! 9 knots straight across. Positive rate. Gear up. It's travelling. There she is. Smooth and stable. 91% M1 at 9,000 feet already, and we're not climbing particularly quick, look. I'm going to hand fly for a moment, following the flight director, because I can then show you guys how easy these big jets are to actually manage and hand fly. And, you know, if you can, do it as much as you can, because it's actually quite nice. Gives you a really good appreciation for what they've achieved in the flight dynamics. Coding the jet.
Bogota traffic, American 1707, taxi runway 32 right.
Out we go.
Fox Alpha. Bogota.
$180. Max 230. Flaps 1. Runway turn off lights, taxi lights. Into the cloud. Autopilot gauge. Still now have enough speed. Look at this. David's put a link in the live chat for those of you who might want to read the full report from the Air India incident. Thanks, David. Very interesting. Yeah, the visibility is pretty naff, isn't it? Beautiful, though. Okay, now we're good to climb up and away still. 37, wasn't it? We said we were going to set. So that's good. Flaps up through 250. We're clear of that speed constraint at Varav. Bogota traffic, Land Columbia 165 heavies away past Varav and leaving the airspace, Bogota.
Bogota traffic, customer 794 heavy, lining up the weapon.
See, the airplane seems a lot quieter today. I don't know why. Usually you hear a whole load of roar, but we're not. Certainly not getting that. Which I thought was an issue with the. Was it the FS Labs? Maybe it's an issue with my simulator. Let's get the landing lights off. See what signs. very sudden spool down, made me nervous. Let me just check the cut-off levers. Good. Oh my god. Look at this. So certainly South America isn't really explored enough. And I don't think that it's given enough credit with developers, because it is superb, the scenery around here. I mean, if we go like a bit fisheye, look at this. Just chasing the valleys, climbing up around the mountains. Minimum safe altitude just to the left of us is 15,000 feet. To the right, 15,800. It's levelling off there for a constraint. Osusu below 17,000, but we will climb through that. Don't forget to use the link, Justin. Got the custom views. So I'll set that to here, like so. That's 6. Lovely. We all on the same flight path today. Hopefully we are. Joe's airborne. There he is. Flying the mighty triple. That's him up there now. Followed by us. Got really good separation today. Liam's up. Osprey 94. Turn this tracker focus off. We can see people. There he is. Who else have we got? Philip with a screenshot. Oh, look at that! He's in the Star Wars one. Where maybe that's on flightsim.to and I've not actually noticed. Need to punch the button again, I think. Here we go, standard pressure. Press it a few times to cycle through. Return back into climb, because there's another constraint. Right, where are we? So we've then got Carlito waiting to go. Followed by Felipe. Got Jay on the ground as well. And MPS Osprey 598. Good little fly along today. I can pop in another screenshots. What have we got? 12. There we go. Chris Epic. Yeah, we're still waiting for that sound update, aren't we, Ashley? Hopefully that's not too far away. That sun. Go to the other side. This landscape. So developers like VPILOT, like SLH Sim Designs, or Guiana, for example, with Cayenne that we're flying into today, they do a really good job at creating sceneries in sort of South America and the Caribbean, places that otherwise might be neglected. Yeah, we look at Africa, for example, in the sim, and there's very few high quality sceneries available around the African continent, which is a real shame. FSDG, you've obviously got Mauritius and the Seychelles created, which are rather nice. Nairobi from Inibuilds, FSDG Cape Town and Joburg, I think, if I remember rightly. VATSIM Joburg. So there's a few nice options, but actually it's not that broad across the entirety of that region. There's obviously a new Cairo coming very soon via Orbex. We might check that out next weekend. Ram, it's a good question actually. I'm not 100% sure from memory. I'd have to go back into the PMDG forums and see what's said. Morning, Canadian Flight Simulator. Flight Sim, I hope you're well. I need to get like a little mercury dial in the room here to see how hot this room gets when the sim's running. I was pricing up some air conditioning today, like proper air conditioning, to have installed in the house, which is not really a big thing in the UK, although it's becoming increasingly popular. They wanted £5,000 for 2 fans inside the house and 1 box unit outside plus fitting, or £4,680 it was in total, which is ridiculously high in price. Whereas, you know, compare it against my dad in Spain, and it cost him about £2,000 for the entire house to be done, which is quite a difference. But then I suppose, you know, it's a must over there, whereas here it's a, I suppose you could call it a luxury here. Not really that widely adopted yet. Yeah, I mean, I don't bother flying around China, Ram, to be honest, either. Is it worth the sheer expense though, Liam? Oh, well that's pretty good, Liam. You know what? Chris, you might be right. It might actually be quite a good way of doing it. Buy all the equipment and then bring a load of Spanish guys over. I bet that'd be about £1,000 cheaper. I've got one of those big portable aircon units when you kind of attach a tube to it, throw the tube out the window, and then you seal the window up with like a mesh thing, but it's not really that good and it's so ruddy noisy. Bosch 5000M, Liam, is what I was looking at. Multi-unit. Just looking at 2 fans. How are we doing on the climb out? Let's check. Almost there. The scene we were flying into looks pretty good. It's a very, very small airport, but the approach looks amazing because it's near the coastline, it's surrounded by forests. And it looks pretty superb, to be fair. I don't think it is actually, Justin. How would you tell? I've got an all-in-one cooling system, but I don't think it's liquid cooled. I'm pretty sure it's not liquid cooled. Yes, Liam. Actually, no. I think the CPU is called via the all-in-one. I should know this, but I really don't. He's doing he's doing a very good job of keeping the CPU and the kit cool, I think. But be interested to see how hot it all actually is. Look at that, so that 5 minutes works out to be about 40 nautical miles, but that's about perfect for landing and having a backtrack should it be required. But it is, I think the runway, it may not be required, the backtrack, but we should always plan to have it just in case. But the runway is 3,205 metres long, so there's every chance that as we arrive, I'll show you the graph for it, landing on 08. Like so, but it's pretty long. There's every chance we actually can get off at Echo, which is more than reasonable, I think. Otherwise, there's a turning point just here, and there's one right at the end as well, and a tiny terminal. ILS, what we're going to be doing, direct from Pakiv, was it? I think, yeah, Pakir. And starting to brake. I blame the heat. So we're going to fly the Pakir 1 uniform arrival, transition of Pakir, and we're going to go direct to Takeoff for ILS Zulu 08. It's funny because Colombia's transition altitude on the way out is, well, I think it was 18,000, yet when we get to French Guiana, it's 3,000. It's recommending 370, so no step climb today. Yamato, I didn't know that. Cayenne was made to accommodate big cargo jets to deliver modules to the European Space Agency rocket. Is that where that's based? Ashton, good morning. Not to that extent, Lewis, unless you go through some, pretty big turbulence. But you can see there, look, there's not really any engine wiggle. Fly through fairly smooth there, but a little bit of turbulence, you see a bit of bounce. Right, you go to the right engine. Just depends if the jet's being bumped about or not. It was made to accommodate big cargo jets. Yeah, for the European Space Agency rocket. The launch pad is 65 kilometers from the airport. I suppose that's not going to be included in the scenery then, unfortunately. Quite far away. That'd be really good though. What do you mean the texture modelling, Lewis? The thing is, with from what I've seen, there are some very kind of anti-PMDG people in the community that will, no matter how good the product is, they will just moan about it and slate it anyway. But they're probably in the background, not not telling everybody, but they're probably going ahead and buying it and enjoying it anyway. But they're just being negative for the sake of it. And I've noticed increased toxicity is probably you could call it recently, just in general with products and streamers and all sorts of things, to be fair. But I think it's pretty decent. But what you're buying is a package that's really good on performance, really good on visuals. Flight model is fantastic. The detail, the depth of the system is really good. And you could argue the same with Phoenix and FS Labs with their Airbus products, Just Flight with their RJ package, all that kind of thing. Hello Ryan. So in the sim, I prefer Boeing because they're a bit more involved and you've got to do a little bit more work. So that's where I think for flight sim, Boeing aircraft pull ahead a little bit. But as a passenger, Airbus by a long shot. Yeah, by a long shot. David says, I thought it was funny that Chewie started flying with his honeycomb kit since his sponsorship with Thrustmaster ended. Yes, they've all had a little bit of a wake-up call, I think. The big sponsorships, I think, have always. We mentioned this the other week in our last stream. You know, it's their full-time job, fair enough, for these streamers and things. But similarly, having these big sponsorships with exclusivity clauses and whatever else is written into it means that they're not going to slate those products, which is why you will have seen the people that have sponsored by Thrustmaster over the last couple of years, overwhelmingly positive stuff about how amazing the Boeing yoke is and how amazing the Airbus TCA stick is, and but actually, when you boil down into it, and I went and I purchased the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke myself, based on some of those sponsored reviews. And, you know, I kind of got tricked by it as well. I found it to be some of the cheapest, tattiest, poorly made hardware that I've experienced in a long time. So much so that my Thrustmaster Boeing yoke started to go faulty after the first year. Literally 11 months and 2-3 weeks in, it started to really get a bit messy and problematic. So I've sold it on eBay for parts. And the Honeycomb Bravo that I've had for just as long is still working perfectly. And I've gone ahead and purchased some WinWing kit instead. So I've got like a WinWing F16 HOTAS, which I fly with. Superb build quality, really nice. Can't fault it. So I think, you know, like sponsorships in the sense of a company, FS Academy have done it a few times, including here as well on this channel. I think where a company will say, look, can you help advertise our new product because we're not very well known, and we kind of want to help get our name out there a little bit, but at the same time share your honest feedback. It's really important. Can you do a couple of little segments at the start of a few videos for us? That's the sort of thing I think is acceptable. But having a very exclusive long-term contract with a company basically just tricks everybody. But then at the, the flip side, how else do they make money? Because this doesn't, without the sponsorships, this all doesn't pay anything. Certainly not enough to survive or get by. So they've got to do that in order to get through, because that's their full-time job. It's tough. So I don't know what they're going to do now the sponsorships have been pulled. Although I've noticed now that Say Intentions are starting to do big sponsorships with people, so be wary of what you see on channels and things with that, folks. Zata, that's been my problem for a little while, because I've been approached by some companies in the past where they've said, look, we'll sponsor you for 6 months or 12 months, whatever, X amount of money, please only use our stuff, and etc, etc. And I've just said no, because if they lead with that, then why should anybody accept that? Because instantly they're trying to make you be biased and overly positive, and remove any criticism effectively prior to even signing on the dotted line. And I think what you're saying there, Zato, really is quite key. If it's genuinely nice, then it is. If it's not, then you have to still be able to be vocal and criticise it where you can. Yeah, Lewis, well, MSFS 2024's release was a bit of a car crash, really, wasn't it? There was so many, even now going forwards, as we continue on this kind of journey in the sim, with it getting into a good place, to be fair, but all of these false promises that SOBO/Microsoft made to developers, to the user base, i.e. all of us, about how easy it would be to port some of the products across and have this seamless transition to the newer sim, blah, and all of it was just fake. It was all just lies. So there's hundreds of thousands of us, no doubt, worldwide that have effectively been misled by that. Some of them are the big developers that we like, which then has impacted the product lines that we get in this sim. And this is where, for example, like, PMDG, when I've had conversations with PMDG about product releases and preview footage and all that kind of stuff, within the first paragraph, usually, whenever it's Robert Radazzo emailing me, or more so recently, Mathis, it is always an emphasis on honesty and all that kind of stuff. So they will literally put on their email, they want the raw, honest opinion from me as a streamer, me as a content creator, to help inform you guys what I think, what my experience is, and I think that's so key. And that's the difference, because they're not asking for favours. They're saying, look, if you've got criticisms and issues, then share it with us, share it with people. It is what it is. We will try and make that better. But they do not want overly positive kind of liars, I suppose. That's why I like companies like PMDG so much, because I respect their kind of transparency and all that kind of stuff. Parablaster, hello. I've watched both Beyond ATC and Say Intentions, and to be honest, I don't think he says that either are that good and each have their own problems. When you say you've watched both, did you see them at FS Expo? Is that where you've watched them, or do you mean having seen videos and things online? Ram says, how is Moser doing? They are now held in very high regard for sim racing. Is it the same for flight sim? I have no idea, Ram. I've got no knowledge or contact or anything with Moser, so I'm not really sure. Their kit looks really good from kind of an image point of view when you go onto the online renders and all that sort of thing, their product pages and things, but the price is so high I can't justify paying that. Jay uses Beyond ATC all the time when there's no ATC, says he loves it. I've not used that for a while, to be fair. Christopher, welcome. Well, yeah, Lewis, so take for example Inibuilds recently, when they released the A350 cabin packs, and they they initially launched it, and I think they were charging, was it like 20 quid per pack, and there was 2 packs. That is just sheer greed. And then, you know, thankfully, people actually grew a backbone, and rather than just rolling over and letting any builds tickle our bellies, which has been the case for quite some time, if I'm being brutally honest. Quite a lot of people just have their bellies tickled by some of these developers. But finally, there was massive backlash to that, launching a cabin environment pack for £20 for an aircraft that was already like, was it 70 or 80 quid for the A350? I'm just going to double check. You know, thankfully everybody pulled their fingers out and grew a backbone and said, we're not paying that, that's disgraceful. And as a result of that, they then changed it, and the cabin packs are now free as a direct result of that. But yeah, people have already paid £72 British money, including UK VAT, which is $100 for the A350, and then they were being asked to pipe up 20 British pounds for one cabin pack, which is almost $30. So $60 for 2 cabin packs. It's almost the price of a whole A350 again, and that was just absolutely disgraceful, and purely focused on greed. The fact that they've gone from being a London-based company to now a Dubai-based company also shows that they are hoarding the cash. They've gone to a very tax-positive or tax-efficient location. So yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because some of these companies are becoming very greedy, and we are all paying more for less. Zato says the A350 is expensive enough. We don't want to pay extra and possibly add tax for different cabins. No thanks. Incubus, no, I agree with you there, mate. I really like the A350. I think it's a stunning aeroplane, and I like what they've achieved with it. There's a lot of nice updates that they've made over the last couple of months for the A350, to be fair, to kind of bring it up a little bit. But given the price, I think a lot of us expected PMDG Phoenix type quality, like you say, and it isn't there yet still. It's not terrible, it's not far off. Yeah, I really like it, but hey. Some of the things that they've done, like the cabin, launching the cabin with 20 quid, that infuriated me. I thought that was absolutely disgraceful. So I was very pleased to see them back down and waive the fees, and then refund the people that had, for some reason, were stupid enough to pay 20 quid for a cabin pack. Crazy, right? Bluebird's looking brilliant indeed, Ram. I've been trying very much to push, very gently, politely, Shervin from Bluebird to actually consider an MSFS 2024 release at the same time as 2020. I feel like that's going to force me to have to reinstall MSFS 2020 just for one plane, to give you guys the content. So yeah, but I don't think they're going to be doing it. I think they're going to be looking at doing it soon, after the launch of 2024 version for the 757, whenever that might be. It's not set in stone yet. But yeah, we're going to have to wait some time, undisclosed, uncertain amount of time, for the 757 to come to MSFS 2024, unfortunately, after it eventually gets released. Jay says, there are some developers you are glad to give the money to because you are getting value. I gladly bought the 777-200, for example, from PMDG, he says. I actually think Phoenix should charge for the big Phoenix update, even though they are not. I suppose it would depend on the cost, but again there would be massive backlash to that as well, because I would argue in a way, Jay, that some of the stuff in the big Phoenix update should have been resolved by now, like the A320 floating on a cushion all the way down the runway for a long time. That should have been resolved a couple of updates ago, and it's still not the case. And then when you fly the FS Labs A320 straight after the Phoenix A321, you get into the FS Labs A321, there's a huge difference in the way they handle on approach and landing. So I wouldn't be a fan of them charging for the Big Phoenix update, even though some people like yourself would be happy to pay for something like that. I don't think they could justify that. Very true, Christopher. Badger says they tried it on and it didn't work. Absolutely. MPS Gaming, welcome mate. Hello, he's recording, so he's not much in the chat today, no worries. Carlita says all he has to say about the A350 is that it was released too early and it's the only aircraft he gets the WASM crashes on. So I, touch wood, haven't had a WASM crash in the 350 yet, but I know a lot of people are still getting it, which is a shame. Because that sort of thing does ruin your enjoyment somewhat, doesn't it? Carlita says he's got the Moser yoke and the side stick base. No regrets, he says, but it is not cheap. Whitson, yeah, the FS Labs A321 is a little bit heavier on the frames compared to Phoenix, in fairness, so some people are struggling with performance with it. I'm not sure why that is, but they do clearly need to optimise that a bit better. The Unibuild's A300 Ashton, that's a load of kind of what do you call it when a company just forgets something and just doesn't really improve it from its current form? I can't remember what people call it now. Yeah, vaporware. Oh, yeah, thanks. Rockstar Games. Fireblaster, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because PMDG were like the OG developers of high quality add-ons for flight simulation, and then for msfs 2020, they were naturally releasing some amazing products. But the Phoenix then appeared out of nowhere as this new company that's never been heard of before. Said a load of good stuff, produced some good updates to really kind of get excitement bubbling with their products, and then released an absolute whopper of an amazing package. So it's proof that companies can begin from nothing and actually very quickly launch themselves into that very high level developer bracket that we have folks like PMDG within. So Phoenix have done incredibly well getting there, and it's well deserved because their products are superb, even with the issues like with the A321 floating, which is very annoying, but the rest of it's amazing. Lewis, no, they, for example, I approached them to say, would you be willing for me to have a look and review your product? And after a few days they said yes. Zero fees. I don't, I'll get a product to review it, and I won't be paid for that. It will be the ad revenue from the video that I create that generates a couple of pennies, but typically it's about 15 to 20 quid per video, so it costs probably as much in electricity, to be fair, generating these videos. But they haven't thrown any money out there from what I'm aware of, certainly not my way anyway. But again, they were the same. They were like, look, enjoy it, let us know what you think, share your genuine, honest thoughts. And I really like it. I prefer the way that hand flies compared to the Phoenix by quite a long shot. Certainly when you land the A321 from FS Labs, it's about 10-20 times better than the Phoenix, and the way that handles in ground effect on touchdown and all that kind of stuff. Well, I've uninstalled msfs 2020. I don't know if you're referring specifically to me, Scotty. Do clarify if you can, mate. Interested to hear your thoughts. But for example, I've uninstalled Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 because a lot of the products I had for 2020 are now available on 2024. I still think 2020 is amazing. I really like it, but it's ended up meaning that my computer's just so bogged down with. The frustrating thing was, that's probably the easiest way to explain this. All of the add-ons that I have, and everyone else will have the same issue. You had to kind of reinstall a second package of the same thing for that version to be installed on msfs 2024, even though you'd already got it installed for 2020. So it couldn't use the same package symlink, unless people knew how to do that. I didn't, so I was finding that I was going into Orbex, Contrail, all these other kind of apps, and it was installing the same scenery twice for the 2 separate sims that I've got, so very rapidly I ran out of hard drive space. And I pretty much basically filled up the entirety of my 2 terabyte NVMe D drive. So I had to remove 2020 so that I could get rid of all of the duplicate add-ons, because I just ran out of hard drive space. Yeah, hand flying in the FS Labs is really nice, Sato. I'd be very interested to see how it handles Paro. The flight we did the other day, I was thinking about this yesterday. The flight we did last week where we flew the Phoenix A319 into Paro. It's a shame FS Labs don't do an A319 yet. But it would be interesting to see how that compares. But I suppose because an A321 can't get in there, you can't really fairly assess and compare the two, because they're both very different. The closest assessment would be Flybawar A32NX versus Phoenix A320. But it does, the FS Labs A321s do perform worse than the Phoenix A321s on frames. I find that it's a bit heavier on, the FS Labs is a bit heavier on frames. And then you get into something like this and it's like silky smooth. SVPA. Still got quite a way to go. 12 knot headwind. Puerto Ayacucho is down below. Basically the border, PTC, the waypoint we're coming up to, and 116 nautical miles, is the border of Venezuela. So we are still just about in Colombia at the moment. And we're going to cross into Venezuela. And then we're going to be flying through Guyana, Suriname, and then into French Guiana, which looks like mostly forest actually. I'd be interested to see it on a satellite view. There's our route for today. A little bit of weather to the south there, that looks pretty gnarly. So Venezuela, Guyana, Suriname, and yeah, French Guiana map. Oh, that is satellite view. Box, no briefing. So there's a little town of Cayenne. There's the runway. You see there all the forests that surround us. We'll fly into facing the coast. Unless the wind really shifts, and then we'll have to route round over the coast on the way in, which will be equally as stunning, no doubt. It doesn't look like there's very much in French Guiana at all, except for a couple of these coastal towns and villages here. Look, Kourou. Oh, actually, that's the space complex, the European Space Agency. I never knew that was here. Amazing. Shame we can't zoom in any further though. The size of that complex. Massive. There's a little runway there. Kuru Airport. 0927. So a couple of coastal towns. Looks really nice. And actually, well, we're not flying over. As we get to Pakia there, over this big set of lakes, we look towards the coast. We may or may not see all of that in the distance, but we'll find out when we get a bit closer. There's every chance we might see something, or we may see nothing at all. Yeah, in fairness, Scotty, I've also got DCS installed still, and I don't really use that much anymore. I find that a very frustrating experience. Wholly expensive and very poor user interface. Matthew, hello, says, do you have a lot of airport sceneries and are they worth it in general? So, a bit of a tough one really, actually. Yeah. Do you have a lot of airport sceneries? Are they worth it in general? I have got a lot of airport sceneries across the globe, to be fair. Lots. But the value of it, whether they're worth it or not, would depend on how much you're going to use it yourself. So some of the big airports, for me, like Manchester, Gatwick, Heathrow, Frankfurt, a lot of the Greek islands as well. So you're looking at, for example, Athens, Santorini, Kos, Skiathos, all of that. Yeah, they're the ones I use the most. Whitson's asking, how is ElevateX for you in comparison to Volanta? I think it's a lot better. You're limited to the number of screenshots that you can put into ElevateX, but I find it much better on resources on your computer. So, you know, if you're struggling performance-wise, for example, with the FS Labs, and you're tracking your flight with Volanta, try installing ElevateX and seeing what difference you have on the performance of your FS Labs flight. So, like, do a flight and assess the frames per second on a hop like, I don't know, Manchester to Heathrow in the FS Labs A321. Check the frames per second that you've got, then track that with Volanta, then restart the flight from Manchester, but track it with ElevateX and see what difference you get. And some people are getting a couple of frames per second more. I really like it. I think it's very clean, very easy to use, very neat. You can import all of your data from Volanta into ElevateX, so you can keep all of your flight hours and all of your flight logs from your tracked flight and import it straight into ElevateX, which is very neat. It's a cool little feature. 2 A340s coming now, Ram says, from Aerosoft and Tolis, who have partnered up. And he says, and Builds, if he's not mistaken. Is Builds making an A340? Paravasa says, it's a bit like when certain streamers got invited to the States for the msfs 2020 launch, then came back and never streamed 2020 very often, and still don't. It's a joke. Yeah, exactly. They'll take the free holiday for the clicks. It's the same with the msfs 2024 launch. They invited a load of people over to Phoenix, and everybody was like, this is amazing, look how great this is, and then never used msfs 2024 for a little while, or completely slated it for 4 or 5 months. Bike's doing well, James, thank you. It's got its 12,000 mile valve clearance check due in about 2 weeks, so rather frustrating. It's very expensive. It's about £800, £900 for the service. Not ideal, but it has to be done. They have to basically disassemble the entire motorbike, check the valves, which won't need, he says, they won't need changing, and I didn't even put that in my calendar. Oh, now you've reminded me. Should probably try and find that email. 25th of July. 9 AM. Should probably put that in my calendar. Apparently it's the same day I've got a vet checkup, so I might need to check that. Oh, they did, didn't they, Ram? Yes. Yeah, you're right. That was a teaser from FS Expo. I'd forgotten about that. Did you generate? Ah, yes, there we go. SOCA, METAR, 12Z, variable winds at 3 knots, Cav OK, 27 degrees, QNH 1015. I wonder what runway they're actually using in real life. I'm just going to have a quick look on Flight Sim radar. Oh, well, a helicopter's just taken off and has used 2.6. So we might have to switch the plan a little bit. But we can kind of do what we want. I'll set up all up and you guys can let me know. So weather and ATC permitting, which approach do you want to see? Runway 08, which is what we kind of had in the initial plan over the forests towards the coast, or runway 26, which heads out over the water and then in over the coast? Let me know. The one they're using in real life is 26 at the moment. Morning, living on fire, welcome mate. If anyone did want to join us, by the way, I'm not sure where you could start from, but somewhere kind of northern coast of Venezuela, like La Asunción, maybe, something like that. If there's airports around there, Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago, Scarborough. Fly from there, route in. Although we're still about probably an hour and 10 minutes away from being kind of equidistant to that. Valencia in... Oh, Caracas, yeah, Caracas, Venezuela could be a good one, if anyone did want to join us. Absolutely, Christopher, well said. that's what I'm worried about, Ram. Saying that the Aerosoft and Talis joint venture is a mixed bag, because on one side you've got Talis, which is still held in high regard, and on the other there is Aerosoft, and that's all that needs to be said about those, he says. It's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Because the A330 from Aerosoft is an absolute train wreck of an add-on, and they hyped a whole load of stuff up about it, and it's just an absolute mess. It's awful. It's so bad. And they still haven't really apologised for it or genuinely explained why they've launched it in that state. But for a lot of people, there are lots of people across the community that said, you know what, we'll never buy an Aerosoft aeroplane again. They've done a little bit in the sense of kind of not damage limitation or repair. You know, the CRJ, for example, has had a huge flight model update, but that's more Hans Hartmann that's kind of behind all of that, rather than Aerosoft. So yeah, it's got an Aerosoft badge on it, but it's not really them that's done the CRJ. If we're being really honest and inquisitive as to who's done what. The thing is, Zato, there's a lot of us in the chat saying we don't need a cabin, and I tend to agree. I'm not that bothered about the cabins. However, there are so many people now in the community that the developers have had to put cabins in. But you know, this sort of cabin, for example, is proof that you can put a product in, like an interior cabin with good detail into an aeroplane add-on, without sacrificing performance. I'd be curious to know whether or not the A350 cabin packs affect performance significantly, if they've got dynamic lighting, infotainment and working lights and signs, as Zato says. Not sure, Ram. It's been a while since we've been in the 380, to be fair. I'm going to show you guys what we're flying into today. Just going to move the screen about so that I can show you. Bosh. So, the link for Cayenne Felix Ebu Airport is in the live stream's description today. It's made by SLH Sim Designs. And it looks pretty decent. So we've got a couple of photographs just kind of rotating through. We'll click through the gallery in a moment. But this is what we can expect when we get there. So it's native for 2024, but it also supports MSFS 2020. Experience the heart of French Guiana It's your gateway to French Guiana, detailed and immersive scenery from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, bringing a vital airport to life with stunning accuracy and realism. Located just southwest of Cayenne, the capital of French Guiana, Félix-Ébou Airport serves as a main international hub for this South American region. The airport provides a seamless blend of modern aviation facilities and tropical charm, regional carriers to long-haul operations. It's perfect for pilots who want to explore a lesser-known corner of the world. Whether you're a seasoned pilot or looking for your next scenic adventure, the rendition of Cayenne is a must-have addition to your experience. Blah. Marketing. Blah. Highly detailed modelling, 4K PBR textures, custom animated vehicles. Ooh, very exciting. Dynamic lighting. GSX profile included but work in progress for 2024. Corrected terrain elevations, modelled terminal interior, custom taxiway signs, realistic ground textures and grunge. Not sure what that's meant to be. And animated passengers for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. And here's some pictures. It looks really good, right? Air France, flying direct. So I really like a lot of the SLH Sim Design scenery we've checked out in the past across the Caribbean. I think they do a really lovely job, especially like certain given the price point. But this looks really good. That's the approach to 08, surrounded by all the forests. I think it's an A330 Ram. Goes to Miami and then comes in here. Might be wrong. Oh look, they've got the Air France lounge. Zut alors. And the Killarney lounge. Very bright and tropical. Interested to see what the animated passengers do. A little bit of a military base. They've got a lot of screenshots, which is usually a sign of confidence that they've got a good bit of scenery. Nighttime and daytime images. It's almost like a Cold War era tower, that, isn't it? Big concrete blob. Air Guyane. What they fly? Probably ATRs. Be quite a cool, cool area to go and fly to and from. There's a lot of screenshots included here. We're yet to get, thinking about it just now, we are yet to get Microsoft Flight Simulator animated passengers that walk through a queue, go to a check-in desk, hand a passport to a check-in agent, and then put their suitcase on the belt, with then the case kind of mooching off away into the distance. We're yet to get something like that. That would be a first. Whoever does that first. Cough SLH. See if you can pull it off. It looks really good from all these images, to be fair, so I'm excited to see what it looks like properly. Look at that. Tropicale. What have we got? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's the space stuff. Tons of images. Very confident developer. Providing us with lots of images. And look at that, 14 quid excluding VAT. Very reasonable potentially, depending on what we see when we get there. Review by Carl N. Definitely SLH's best work yet, and an airport that firmly places the developer into the top tier. Very little to complain about, except perhaps performance, which is just average for a detailed airport of this size. That said, the entire terminal facade, including the apron, is comprised of glass, meaning your hardware has to process a fair bit of what's inside, including some cool animations as well as what's outside. Details faultless, exceptional ground textures and marking, nicely weathered building. ATC tower is particularly impressive. Plenty of custom ramp clutter, including animated people and Cayenne specific vehicles. Interesting. A near complete terminal interior, gorgeous landside detail matching anything seen airside. Of particular note is how well the jetways connect to your aircraft. There are no surrounding points of interest, but the rainforest encompassing the airport looks quite spectacular, especially in 2024. Definitely worth the money. Great place to try out your new French registered A350s later this week, he says. They've actually also just launched this, St. Martin Grand Case Airport, which might be one for another stream in the future. But I don't know if this is a, if it's big planes or little turboprops. I think it's just little turboprops flying in and out of Grand Case. But I'd have to double check, I'm not 100% sure. Could be a good one for the Starship. The public airport was a hub for regional passenger aircraft, including ATRs. Enjoy quick and easy trips to Guadeloupe and St. Bart's whilst taking in the stunning Caribbean scenery. So that could be another one for the future to enjoy. I think the Sim Update 3 beta has just been updated, I believe, for msfs 2024, and that's the one, isn't it, where you can potentially, I think from what I've been told or what I've seen, download a lot of the stuff onto your hard drive so you stream less. Oh no, David, it's an aeroplane we've not used for a while, isn't it? Zato, are you going to stop off elsewhere? Are you going to kind of hop up to Cartagena, then up to Caracas, and then round the coast in the Starship towards Cayenne? That could be quite a nice route actually to do just generally on a stream, across a couple of streams. Just having a cheeky little snack. Do I like bizjets? I'm not a massive fan of private aeroplanes in the sim. I don't think it's not particularly like exciting. But I suppose the caveat there is it depends what you're flying into and what you're flying out of, because that's where the bizjets really come into their own. If you're flying into and out of Samadan, for example, San Cayenne, those kind of really nice Swiss kind of approaches around the mountains and the valleys, that would be amazing. Loads of fuel. Oh, 100% Boeing 777 fan. When it comes, it might be a little way away yet though. That'd be great fun. I do like business jets in some scenarios, but I'm much more of an airliner chap. This is the kind of flying that I enjoy the most. Stuff that I wish I was actually doing and getting paid to do. Gonna have a little look at flight radar to see what they have at SOCA, Cayenne, Felix Cebu. Let's see arrivals. What have we got? So we got yeah, it's Air France 603, French registered A320, hopping up to Belém, arriving from Belém, Air France 603. A350-900s inbound from Paris-Charles de Gaulle. Air Caribes A350-900s inbound from Paris-Orly. And then you've also got an A320 Air France going out to Fort-de-France. Very few flights a day. I'll show you guys the screen again because it's you can read it with me. There we go. L4T. Not sure what that is meant to be. I'll have to Google that. Go. Fly Smart. Maripasoula Airport. Paris-Charles de Gaulle, Fort-de-France. A320s, Paris-Orly, Belém. Departures. Very few options really for this. I'm finding flight radar now is really quite locked down these days. Unless you pay for it. Yeah, we do need to do a Starship group flight at some point. Yeah, I'd have to find out. I'd have to find a different website that gives me more access to the flight logs. Unless any of you have got Flight Radar 24 Pro. Be a cool location to be like VATSIM ATC out of. Runway 26 is a bit more limited in relation to what we can do approach wise. There is an RMP approach and a VOR approach only. The runway 08 is where the ILS is, so that's the primary runway. But we've got all the charts. Ram can't wait to take the classic 747s into and out of Osaka, Italy, in the old international routes to Guam and Kaitak and all that kind of stuff. That would be very, very fun indeed. Kaitak in the old 74 would be mega. Zato's inching for the Pan Am stuff. We're well into Venezuelan airspace now, so I think we're kind of almost approaching the halfway point. Birdman, you need to do 3 hours per quarter. Because of a point, actually, I do need to do a controller session. When's the window? June, July, August, is it? I've given up chasing the tower thing. It's pointlessly, needlessly difficult. I've had nothing but problems trying to do the exam, so I've genuinely given up chasing VATSIM tower ratings now. It's a absolute pain in the backside, and it does kind of ruin the enjoyment of it as well somewhat when you're trying to do all of that stuff, and you sit in the exam 4 or 5 times, and then there's technical issues on the website which makes you skip past 4 questions and you can't go back, and all these little things. And I kind of sat there at the 4th time I did the exam thinking, hold on, I'm volunteering to be a controller on your network. Why is it so difficult? Because I'm already a ground controller, thus I can quantify and prove that I have reached a standard and continue to maintain the standard that's required. So it should just be like a natural progression, where after a little bit of time, an X amount of hours, they say, would you like to now do tower training? Yes, that'd be amazing, yes please. I don't know, maybe I've oversimplified it. But it's almost like they don't want people to become tower and above, because of how needlessly difficult it is, and how long the waiting list is as well. It'd take me 10 years to get there though, Birdman. Unless I transfer. David's regularly trying to get me to transfer to VATCAN. I need somewhere where there's good scenery, really, for controlling. But I like doing I like doing the little ones like Birmingham, but I'd very much like to do Gatwick. I'd really like to do Heathrow, and I'll never get given the chance effectively. Enjoy, Boeing 777 fan. Some people do find the training a bit easier, well, the waiting lists and the training and all the rest of it and the exams easier than others. For some reason I've found it a bit difficult. Let's see. No, it's not display capture, it's going to be Elevatex. Jay's put a picture up. Oh, his old bare metal 777, very nice. I can't see any of the screenshots anywhere though. Maybe I'll click on people and see if it pings any up. Oh. Whee. Making good progress. There's Vutki, that's the waypoint we're turning at now. So right in the heart of Venezuela now. There's the end of the rollout. After the stream today, going to be smashing out the barbecue. Get some burgers on the go. Absolutely baking here. It says on my watch that outside it's 30 degrees, but in this room I think it's about 40. What was I going to check in here? I forgot. 22.2, just do a quick fuel check. Where's my waypoint? 22, so 300 kilos above our minimum, our kind of estimate, so happy days. Oh yes, I was going to see if there's any step climbs as recommended, but they're not. Pretty much, Birdman, yeah. I'll finish the stream today pretty dehydrated, I reckon, but I've got a massive pint of water next to me, which I'm regularly taking little sips out of. Did anyone, just realised, those of you who went to Expo, did any of you get the clicky pen? I know PMDG took quite a few with them, I believe. Just Flight have been out with a few updates for their various products in development at the moment. Just going to get the blog updates up. I think they took a sample of this to FS Expo, I might be wrong. The 3rd of July, little update from them. Those visiting the Just Flight booth saying thanks for FS Expo. Hands-on first time with many of their aircraft in development, including the F70 and the F100 Professional. They've got a fresh development update to showcase how they're shaping up though, for those who didn't attend or couldn't attend. Latest beta build of the F100, so that sounds like it is very close to release. F100 Professional will be first of the two aircraft to go on sale, will be followed closely by the F70 Professional. Each will be a separate competitively priced aircraft with a money saving bundle also available for users who want to fly both. We're getting close to be able to provide a release date for the F100, and we hope this latest development update gives you a clear sense of just how far we've come. Let's have a little look. Ooh. Mix of curved CRT displays and analog standby instruments. Scratches that itch of a quirky 90s airliner at the beginning of the glass cockpit revolution. And it includes some customizable elements such as different taxi-like configurations and various panel and instrument differences between the F20-100. Look at that. That looks amazing. And then we've got exterior. What do they say about that? The exterior textures have also been created using extensive photography of the real aircraft, with every rivet, screw, panel line painstakingly hand placed. That's in the walk-around mode of msfs 2024. Jesus. Yeah, it looks really good, doesn't it? Cabin is also an area that's been meticulously crafted, just like the exterior. Several different configurations, different cargo and passenger door options, modelled on the exterior and interior, and are automatically assigned based on the chosen livery. Nice. The cabin modelling and texturing are complete now on both the F70 and 100, with some of the remaining work including the fine-tuning of the cabin lighting and integrating the various cabin to cockpit interactions. Carly says he bought the combo at FS Expo on sale, and what do you mean? So you've like pre-purchased it? Also talked to the developer. The FOCA August target and the A300 is October. Learjet 2026. Ooh, look at this. What does this say? Frames per second performance. The optimization process is still ongoing, but with our latest F100 professional beta build, we're seeing frames per second figures that are within approximately 5% of the msfs 2020 default 747 and 787. Wow. Obviously it depends on PC spec and it varies from user to user. Simulate using the location in the simulator. We encourage content creators to highlight the frames per second on their systems when they're given access to the product for an unbiased third-party opinion. So Just Flight's another one of those developers that just say, here it is, get on with it, let us know how you feel. Here's a load of documentation to learn it. But zero expectation of bias or, you know, only say positive things. They're not about that. Great developers. That looks really cool. It looks like a really bare cockpit, like flight deck environment, doesn't it? You know, you compare that to the 777 we're in now, and there's gauges, and yeah, the panel is full, whereas here there's big gaps of where nothing's been put in. The standby instruments there, and a nice little cluster, and there's a nice little gap, and 50 frames per second there. Wow. Once sat in the cockpit, electrical power to be applied to the aircraft, work through interactive checklists. They've got a slow motion of the real test in progress, so they can properly, accurately model that annunciator test, for example. Look at the reflection there on that glass in the FMS. Carlito, nice. It's very exciting, mate. Very exciting. System FMS. FMS in the FOCA 70 and 100 is by far the most complex system they've ever developed, they say. It's the heart of the aircraft with integration with the autopilot flight model, EFIS displays and other systems. They now consider it to be feature complete. Our testing and development teams continue to fine-tune, improve and squash bugs ahead of release. Flap 0 takeoff. Unique to the F2024. Although the aircraft can take off with flaps 8 or 15, flaps 0 is the standard takeoff flap setting that provides the best climb performance. Wow. The F2024 have no slats, so with a flap 0 takeoff, the wing is in a fully clean configuration with reliance placed on the aircraft's thick wing and powerful engines. Courtesy of the aircraft's wing configuration, the aircraft has good performance at low altitudes, but will become sluggish at high altitudes, especially at higher weights and temperatures. As an example, if we take an F100 with TAE-6 2015 engines operating at maximum takeoff weight, taking off in ISA conditions from an airport at sea level, the aircraft should take 30 minutes and cover 156 nautical miles to reach 35,000 feet. And they've got the aircraft in the sim performing at 95% accuracy to those figures. That's really good. Some phases of climb profile are closer to the elusive 100% accuracy, with other areas close to 95%, but it's one area they're going to continue to see improvements all the way up to release. Look at that screenshot. It's going to be so good. Climbing away from the mountainous backdrop, autopilot 1, ATS, nav and prof modes engaged on the flight mode panel. Whilst passing through 30,000 feet, two alerts appear on the left hand multifunction display unit indicating a high N1 speed in both engines. Checklist automatically opens on the right hand multifunction display unit, listing the necessary items that must be performed to rectify the issue. Cursor on the page can be cycled through each checklist item using an advanced switch on the pedestal. Once the checklist has been completed, it will be automatically removed from the right hand MFDU. Whilst the engine N1 overspeeds aren't an expected failure, they have proved a great opportunity to test the alerts, memo messages and checklist system. From a testing perspective, feedback for this behaviour now will be written up and logged in our bug tracker. This will be good feedback for our development team, as the engine overspeeds were likely the result of some attempted improvements to the aircraft's climb profile accuracy, as mentioned earlier. So a little tweak has changed something, but it's also meant that that has allowed them to test that. Simplest way to pre-select a new altitude ready for descent. In the altitude window on the FMP, edit that and pull the altitude knob, arming descent mode upon reaching top of descent. Alternatively, you can use immediate descent, starting at 1,000 foot per minute. These images are really cool. This sounds fantastic. The A300 was somewhere. Boink. Look at this. My goodness. Old school. Yes, it was start of the week, wasn't it, Badger? Somebody was on the apron at Milan and got sucked into the engines of an aeroplane that was on the taxiway and turned themselves into mincemeat. crikey, look at that texture. What's that relate to? The passenger cabin. 1980s interior design. Minus the cigarette smoke. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Wowzers. Yeah, see, that's going to be a very, very nice, exciting aircraft as well. Just Flight are absolutely knocking it out of the park lately, aren't they? Look at the detail on that. As Artist says now, the A300 is something he's super excited to fly. Old school kind of fire alert up here at the top. God, that looks so good. And then they had, was it Learjet updates, wasn't it? It's 2026 expectation for delivery. Snazzy. I would imagine that's just very early renders, what they built and put into the sim. Cheers. Look at that. Without any systems being live yet. Perhaps. So many cool things coming up. Looks like we're flying in over the coast. Thanks for voting. We're almost flying over somewhere called El Dorado. Zarta's going to fly the Learjet to Egypt and recreate that FSX photo with the 3 pyramids of Giza. Neat. Yeah, that's where you know that the A300 and the F70 and F100 packages are going to be so good, because like you say there in PS Gaming, the BA146 and the RJ Professional from Just Fly are amazing. Yeah, that would be a very interesting comparison, Carlito. MPS, yes, depending on weather, but yeah. Looks like we're going to sort of configure for... Let's have a little play on Navigraph, we'll see what we come up with. Switch to 2.6. Oh. Go. I've approached by Ednol. Not world map. We're coming over the city of Cayenne, working in on approach there. RNAV 2.6. They do have, for those of you who might want to do it, a VOR approach. Does that approach work for everybody? On nav 26 bar Ednol transition. Ednol. Hopefully it does. I haven't actually set the arrival yet, so it won't be too much of an issue for me. He says. .600 odd miles to go still. So we've got 1 hour 25 minutes left to fly. By the looks of it. Great to be back in this. It's been so long since we've been in the 777-300ER. Got no external noise though, like the FS Labs. Weird. I wonder if there's a setting that's changed in my sim. Which and thanks. I miss Parallel 42 Parallel 42 Flow Pro. It's still not available in MSFS 2024, much to a lot of people's frustration. And that was super easy in setting drone camera and all that kind of stuff. And chase plane's meant to be very good as well, and that's also not available in 2024. I kind of just wish we had some of those nicer tools, because this requires both hands and 4 fingers to operate. Oh yeah, contrails. Interesting 1174. Too many sim objects. Not heard of that before. Sanders, welcome. Good to see you. Enjoying the weather? We'll have a look at some of these charts. So we're going to come in via Pakir, but actually we're not going to route into Takeoff, because all of these RNAV arrivals are built for 08. what we're going to do is head to Packet, and then we're going to head out towards the coast, and then intercept that approach for 26. It's going to look like got a search approach. This. So Ednol's just at the top there. Initial approach fix, then Varrock at 2,000 feet, as Birdman has said. We'll maintain that for 6 miles. And then at FCA 26 we begin the final approach. With a nice square circuit for missed approach. Interesting. Good to know. 1174, thanks. I thought it was maybe like a setting in my sim that I'd not noticed that's changed, or something bizarre like that. Getting very excited for the approach. Lots of scenery. Thinking about it though as well, actually, we do have therefore the added complication of a definite need to backtrack unless we can get off at Charlie, which is not likely, but the only turning circle is right at the end. We'll then have to backtrack all the way down the runway Charlie. This is where 5 minutes will definitely come in handy. There's technically only one heavy stand, which I think is stand 2, which I'm going to park out. Bagsied already. Super rural. Badger, go back to that article that you mentioned a little while ago. Oh, it was a trespasser. I was about to ask if they've actually realised what it was, but then I have very little sympathy. But if it was an airport worker, then it'd be quite tragic. But a man has died at the Milan Bergamo airport, forcing all flights to be suspended. Incident folded on the taxiway. So that was updated the 9th of July. A man who was sucked into the turbine of a plane at a major European airport after bursting past airport security has been pictured as a builder. Andrea Russo, 35 from Calcinate in Bergamo, has been named locally as the man who was killed in the horrific incident, forcing all flights at Italy's Milano Bergamo to be suspended on the 8th of July. But they've since resumed. The man who the airport confirmed wasn't a passenger is said to have been chased by police onto the tarmac where the fatal incident occurred. Police were unable to stop him as they ran towards the aircraft, which was preparing for takeoff. Yeah, that was going to be my next question. The people that have seen that, who are not used to such trauma, definitely be a bit messed up from that. That is absolutely horrifying to watch something like that, I'm sure. Airport bosses said psychological support's available to witnesses to the horrific scene in Bergamo, where the man got sucked into the jet engine. Because they'll never fully realise what the reasons behind that were. Oh, they've got a picture of him. He's understood to have broken into the airport by driving the wrong way down a road before abandoning his car and then running into the terminal. He eluded airport controls, somehow reached the runway after opening an emergency door. Surprised they let him get that far, to be honest. It could have been anybody trying to do anything. Ran away from stewards before throwing himself against the right engine of the plane before he was sucked into the engine. So it looks like that he's approached from the kind of, you know, the dead, there's a bit of dead space. You'll look at a jet engine and there'll be like a little red line and like a warning cone. And if you're in front of that, you risk getting sucked in. If you're behind that, then you're in a quote safe zone. But that I wouldn't really want to be there either, but witnesses there said that he ran to that kind of safe zone first, the side of the engine, then went towards the front. Crazy, crazy, crazy times. Interesting though, there's no videos of it. You know, if that was at Heathrow, for example, there would be at least 4 or 5 different CCTV cameras monitoring that area. Oh, 11:74, there was a video appeared on Facebook of it. Juicy. Zata, yeah, we're landing 26. RNAV 26, Ednol transition. I've not seen that video. Might try and get it up on my phone. Was it Milan Volotea? One of the thumbnails is ridiculous. They've taken the picture of the poor chap, put it on the thumbnail next to a picture of an engine, and then they've drawn a red arrow going in. What on earth? I can see lots of videos of like the emergency response to it. but I can't see an actual video. Parablaster says he finds the latest reports from the Air India crash quite hard to believe. I did think from quite early on, my memory instantly flashed back to German wings, because these aeroplanes are massively over-engineered. So I thought to myself, especially for takeoff from a hot climate, I would have been shocked if it had had a dual engine failure. But no, we didn't know, so we kind of sat there for what it could have been. I thought the most likely scenario would be like a murder-suicide type thing with the pilot, but we'll have to see what happens, really. The thing is, Justin, like, why would you try and stop that? Because if you get too close, then your kind of fate there is potentially sealed as well, trying to chase stupidity. If that guy wants to throw himself through an engine of an aeroplane, I'm not chasing anybody towards it. I'll just be shouting from a distance, please don't, it's very dangerous, you might get sucked in and die. Yeah, I mean, the switches operate the same way in this as well, so when we get on the ground shortly, in about an hour, we'll turn the fuel control levers to cut off, and you'll be able to see the animation of what would realistically be involved to operate that switch. You can't just accidentally knock it and flick it down. You've got to pull it out towards you, then push it down and click it back into a detent for cut-off. So in the position they're in at the moment, which they would have been in for takeoff, they're locked in position in Ron. Christopher, exactly. Justin, you'll have to send me that video if you've got a link to it, because I'd be very interested to see the whole thing. It's probably on X, isn't it? And I don't really use X. Probably why I've not seen it. Yeah, that's what I mean, Pyroblaster. So say, for example, the pilot flying is the captain. This is my thoughts at the time when I was thinking about potential stuff that could have caused it. Like everybody was in reality. We're all guessing, but everybody was thinking, well, could it have been this, could have been that, could have been this, could have been that. So if I'm pilot flying as captain, and I'm like, yeah, V1, rotate, you pull the stick back, you might be like looking at your primary flight display, following the flight director, checking for positive rate and all that kind of stuff, checking the nav display for the route, and then throwing your vision out as well. And then you'd expect pilot monitoring within the flows to be like, yeah, gear up and all that kind of jazz, but nothing is close to those levers. But you're not going to look. So visualize us rotating again like we did earlier. And we're taking off. We're just starting the initial rotation and we're climbing out barely. I'm not looking down here to see what his hand is doing around this area, because I expect he's probably just going for gear up, or oh, he hasn't done the gear yet. Maybe he's waiting for something else. Instead, he's just gone click click. And then instantly maybe regretted his decision, thought, actually I don't want to die. Back to run. Turn them both back to run. Potentially. That's the only kind of thing I can think of. It's one of the two people sat in these chairs here. Or jump seater. Which I think is quite a plausible explanation. I wonder if maybe one of them had his kid in the flight deck or something like that for takeoff. But you will have to wait for the whole report to see. It's difficult, isn't it? Because it's countries that are very corrupt. How much do you trust the report? It's very difficult. David, interesting. The report was saying first officer was pilot flying, captain was monitoring. So, everything I've just explained, but in reverse. So I've rotated and I'm looking out for my vision, primary flight display, positive rate, gear up. Oh, hold on, the gear hasn't gone up. Gear up, and then, and maybe you look down and you see both of them off, and you flick them back up, and I don't know. Very difficult to fight with somebody. He also said one voice asked, "Why did you move the switches?" and the other voice says, "I didn't." Interesting. It's going to be that, isn't it? It's going to be a horrendously intentional act, I think. I fear. You can't accidentally move these switches. Also confirms flaps were at 5 and gear wasn't selected up. Tragic. VPILOT, hello, welcome. Very nice Bogota for MSFS 2024. One of the questions, actually, one of the queries that a few of us had, VPILOT, is there a reason why there's no kind of discount for people that have already purchased it and own it in MSFS 2020? Some people had commented that they're not going to buy it a second time at full price, which I think is quite reasonable of them. It's a bit of an ask if they already own the product to not have an upgrade discount. But I wanted to kind of gather your thoughts on it, really. But it got mentioned a few times as we explored the airport. It looks great in MSFS 2024 though. Really, really nice. Sanders, I don't know. I spent a lot of time in the jump seats when I was cabin crew. Because I'm a plane geek, so it was like every opportunity I had, I was sat in that jump seat in the flight deck for takeoff and landing. But it depends on the airlines and all that kind of stuff. It's one of the perks of the industry, isn't it? Working as crew. They might have had a third pilot jump seating or something like that. So it could have been intentional from this. If there was a person there, person 3 could have leapt forward and flicked both down. Don't know. Absolutely MPS gaming. And the German wings incident where he locked the captain out. Was it the captain? First officer locked the captain out, flew into a mountain. Yes, yeah, I don't know. This is the thing, because certainly across Europe and the US that would never be allowed in a million years. But yeah, I wouldn't put it past other countries. I don't know. I'm really not sure. But it'll all come out, won't it, in the full report, I would imagine. There we go. So VPILOT said for them, El Dorado International for MSFS 2024 is a completely redone add-on. We understand it's a full purchase again, but we're determining which products will have upgrades, whether paid or free, depending on the amount of work. SKBO 2024 was a full year old, full year of work. Others will have upgrades available. Fair enough. It's quite a vast airport. I wanted to gather your thoughts because I didn't know. A lot of developers will offer, for example, like 50% off discounts as an upgrade fee, like a goodwill gesture for people that have already purchased the add-on. But every developer is different, so I thought you're in the chat, we'll ask, see what you think. Appreciate you answering. Hopefully that answers your questions, those of you in the chat, if you're still around from earlier. I know Ashley and a few others mentioned it as well. Hopefully that answers your question. Absolutely, David. Yeah, we know what's happened to the aeroplane now, but the why will come in the final report in 12 to 18 months from now. Yeah, Alex. Oh yeah, that was only like last year, wasn't it? Weather's getting a bit more interesting at Cayenne, French Guiana. With that METAR, 1330Z, winds 170 at 3 knots variable, 050 to 210. All the nines, broken cloud 2500, broken at 3200, 30 degrees Celsius, 25 degrees, QNH 1015, temporarily 2500 meters visibility in showers and rain, scattered cloud 1000 feet, few clouds 1500 feet, cumulonimbus broken 1800, towering cumulus, wow. Spicy. Very changeable weather there then. Very tropical, obviously. Actually, my navigaph says MVFR now. Actually, the TAF says... The TAF is actually saying becoming between 13Z and 15Z, mean winds of 090 at 10. So it might favour 08 again. I'll have to see, we get a little bit closer before we commit. Absolutely, David. Yeah, real news, there's no major issue with the 787, beyond it being a crappy aeroplane. I'm not a fan of it. Internally, there's a passenger experience point of view. So no grounding. VPILOT says yes, so like SKCG version 2 had an upgrade option available, SKPA has a $1 upgrade to 2024, next will be KHPN, MPTO and MROC. In the case of MROC, the terminal has been optimised and ready to be moved to 2024 native, probably as a free upgrade. Fair enough, thank you. I appreciate your answers. It clears up a lot of questions and things people have. Especially if people own a couple of your sceneries as well, then potentially it makes sense to them to buy one at the version 2 price that you've offered, and then they know that they're going to get the others at heavy discounts, if not free updates and things like that as well. There's the coast. Port Wellington down below us at the moment, and New Amsterdam in Guyana. Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button today. Appreciate it. What do you reckon, folks? Should we commit to 2.6 or shall we go to 0.8? I reckon we commit to 2.6. A, because of the democratic vote, and B, because 10 knots definitely within the limits of the aeroplane for tailwind. If it gets really hairy, then we could just go around and plan for 0.8 as a backup. Answer me a question. So we've got 1015. Where is it? Yep, 1015. Minimums on the charts 425. Like so. So that's set. Planned landing weight 210.8. I'll do 210.9 just in case. And we'll do flap 30, 137 for the V speeds, because we might be able to stop it in time. Got to put it in now because we're running out of waypoints. Runway 26. Oh, it's saying VFR approach. Hold on. Doofus. RNAV 26. Edmol transition. Better. No stars. Yeah, we'll just get rid of that. We'll do a direct to Edmol. Auto brake 2, then we'll revert to manual braking. Chance to set on the FB. Front brakes off. Comms set. Should get the Felix Ebu VOR CYR 11595 at some point soon. 327 for the NDB as a backup. One more 595. Fix runway 26. 130 miles. We'll go for when's let's have a little look here. FCA 26 is at 6 DME, so we'll draw a line at 6 with an extended scent line 264. And then the back course of that runway would be 084. And we'll do 10. That'll do us. Look at this. I bet if I asked who's flown to French Guiana or Guyana in the sim, I bet nobody in the chat will say yes. Have you? Ashton, welcome. I just added many Osprey frequent flyers as friends on VATSIM radar. I love being able to see everyone en route. Epic. Long call. Parasoli to SOCA. Nice. Air Caribes A350-900 then. Anyone else? No worries, VPILOT. It's always nice to see your airports. They're always pretty good. nice to showcase South America, for example, and things like that as well. There are, as we said earlier, there are regions that aren't really explored enough in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I don't think. So it's great to see there being some really nice scenery options across the various different countries around South America, Central America, the Caribbean, all that kind of thing. And this has been a great route today. Did you approach over the coast, Ashton, 2.6, or did you route round the forest and over the forests? I'm the same MPS. I don't ever do long calls. Although in this, for example, the time compression would be very, very good. There you go. No. Show on map. That Air France is miles away. So many adverts on Flight Radar now, it's almost unusable. Air France 603 is very close to SOCA. What about departures? Ones that have already gone. None until the afternoon, interesting. So the one that's inbound from Belém at the moment is basically, that's the decider of what runway is going to be in use. I've got a feeling it's routing into 08 now, to be fair. Could you see the coast on your approach, Ashton, then, from where you were? Because it looks very scenic. Sanders, I just kind of look at some new scenery and just work out what I might want to go to, and then I'll pick one airport, i.e. Bogota today, and then I'll look at different route options. And I noticed SLH Sim had created this Cayenne scenery that I'd not checked out yet, so I got that via Contrail, installed it yesterday, and I thought, well, that's the perfect route. About 3.5 hours block time. I thought we'll depart Bogota for the mountains. Really cool. I think Air France 603 is going to land on 08. It's arriving in 8 minutes. Good news is, we'll know precisely what runway is in use in real life by the time we reach top of descent. Let's see what we've got on. Oh, look at that. Wing views and things. $3,800. So my question to all of you guys is, do we copy the real world runway in use, or do we stick with 2.6 no matter what? Let me know in the live chat what you think. We've got plenty of time to work it out. Is Air France 603. We can watch him land anyway. The oh there we go, Flight Radar 24 is actually quite horrible to use now. Alright, 2-6 it is. He's landing on 08 though, for sure. Yeah, look, he's turning final now and intercepting. Yeah, you can't even get rid of it because then it goes, oh, you want to clear that bit, do you? Well, you got to go and get premium flight radar. Did I get the link? From where? If you've popped it in the live chat, it won't let you put it in the chat. Yeah, it's running pretty well, 1174. I have no regrets personally. I wonder if the people flying for Air France in French Guiana are mainland French nationals, or if they're people from French Guiana that have become airline pilots, so they fly doing the little regional things here. Weird question to have, but just make you wonder, because it's a little bit like La Réunion, isn't it, where they probably use euros here, and it's just like a French enclave. I don't know. I'm gonna Google what the yeah, it's the euro. The currency of French Guiana is the euro. It's been fully integrated into the French Republic since 1946. And French Guiana is part of the European Union. Wow. Imagine being based here, it'd be amazing. There's so much clutter on this free one now. I love how I'm just watching this guy fly an approach. Ah. Oh, fair enough, Pirate Blaster, yeah, fair. So all of this up here is this is all French military, this bit there. Touchdown. There's the tiny little apron. To be fair, actually, it looks like it's got 4 heavy stands, technically. Oh, he stopped very quick. Right, let's do a sit rep of our nav display. Still got a wee way to go. Gary, welcome. Good morning to you in Australia. 2 minutes past midnight for you. Yeah, it says French Guiana, the famous army regiment, French Foreign Legion, come across to that enclave many times per year to train in tropical forest warfare tactics too. Very nice. So yeah, unless the tailwind gets ridiculous, but currently on Navigraph it's 0 degrees tailwind. We're just going by the TAF. The winds are predominantly a crosswind according to Navigraph at the moment. I do have one issue. When we touch down and I activate the reversers and make use of them to decelerate the aeroplane, this aeroplane for some reason the reversers stick in the fully engaged position, so I then have to press F3 about 5 or 6 times to increase throttle by increments to force it out of that kind of locked mode. And I've checked all my keybinds and my settings and I can't work out for the life of me why it's doing it, because everything is set up precisely how it's supposed to be set up. But I don't know if it's a bug or if I've missed something glaringly obvious in my setup. Chris, fair enough, mate. Well, technically runway 08 is the preferential runway and is the one in use in real world at the moment. This is an amazing landscape. Is the 777 freighter much different to the 777ER? So this one is the 777-300ER, Gary. So it's got the massive engines and the massive wings and the stretched fuselage. The 777 freighter has the fuselage from a 200LR, I think, if I remember correctly. But then the wings and engines from a 777-300ER. Have I got that right, folks? It's something quirky like that. Yeah, there's always something being tweaked or something that changes by itself in this sim at the moment. It does frustrate me a little bit sometimes. I spent about an hour yesterday working through the settings trying to work out what was causing the issue with the reversers, but I just couldn't work it out. And nobody seemingly has had the same. They've not had the same experience yet, so we'll have to wait and see. That city there is Paramaribo. We're in Suriname now, and at top of descent we're going to cross the border, pretty much where that big river is there actually. I think that is top of descent, unless it's that massive river that's on the horizon. Might be that one actually. That might be our top of descent. Yes, it is our top of descent. So that big river there, that's our top of descent point effectively, approximately, just before we reach that. That is also... what have we got here? I think that might be the border with Suriname. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it is. The Moroni River. Ashton says would be an interesting A340 long haul, Amsterdam Schiphol to Paramaribo. Yeah, so Guyana here with New Amsterdam and a few other things, I assume is kind of part like of the Netherlands then. And like French Guyana is... well, yeah, French. I don't know where the airport is there though, I can't see one. Ah, Johann Adolf Pengen International Airport. It's actually miles away from the city. It's over here. There it is. I assume that's it. Has anyone ever been to Aruba? Little airfield there. Not big enough for a big plane though. Another little one there, look. GA airfield right in the middle of the city. And that river on the nose there is the Suriname River. Can't see the I'm looking for it on Elevatex. Oh, they have a Groningen there as well. I can't see an airfield anywhere else. That's as big as the one that I've just seen at PBM. I'm properly skirting through the maps. So it's near the coast, but I can't see anything near the coast. Dwal, I think the ETE on Elevatex works as like a, that's how long is left in cruise before we begin descent, I think, if I've understood it correctly. But Elevatex is a little different to the way it looks. I was in Aruba a few months ago, Jay says, and Curacao. What are they like? I think BA have started launching flights to Aruba, haven't they? From Gatwick. Might be wrong. I know TUI, I don't know if they still do, but TUI fly there. I've been put off the Caribbean quite wildly now because of the Dominican Republic. And the terrible holiday I've had there. So back here at flight level 182, down to 2,000 or above, that's 50 nautical miles to descend to that. Yeah, that should just be about right. I know Bonaire has some incredible water for diving. Yeah, that's what I said, Yamato. This river here, this is the border between Suriname and French Guiana. Or in fact, is it Guyana then French Guiana? No, Guyana we've flown through already. Now we're in Suriname. The river is French Guiana, border of. So the other side of that border is French Guiana, this side's Suriname. We've got the right minimums and stuff in, yeah, 425. Transition altitude to 4,000. Missed approach. Climb to SO510, then turn left to 512, then turn left to Logal. Max 220 knots, climb to 2,000, or proceed according to air traffic service. Climb up to 1,500 prior to level acceleration. Birdman says he put the cat in the fridge for an hour last night. He was so hot, the poor thing, in a terrible state. He's all good now. Yeah, we've got a big swimming pool out in the garden for the dog. So it's big, it's not actually that big. It's big for her. She sits there splashing around in it. Keep the feet cool, it keeps them a bit cool. She's got a little cool vest as well, which we keep like wet, damp, and that helps keep her cool. But, like through the main heat, like the afternoon, we try and keep her indoors a bit to sleep. But it's a bit weird at the moment, isn't it? Because certainly in the UK, we're waking up and it's really hot in the morning, and that peak bit during sort of midday to 3 PM is like the middle point of how hot it gets. Like yesterday evening, it was like 32 degrees at like 6 PM, 7 PM. Yeah, 12, yeah. I'm not really sure what they mean by that. But basically, I think ignore the last bit. It's just that's just telling you to climb to 1,500 feet before you accelerate to a more suitable speed after climb out. Joe, we're landing on 06. Sorry, we're landing on 26. So we're going to pop out over the coast. We set 2,000. Boink. Oh god, that metal's getting worse. Still wind's variable at 4. The Navigraph hasn't quite updated yet. Awesome. There's French Guiana for the first time. Where's that space station? Oh, it's under that cloud, isn't it? So space station's kind of like over there somewhere. We'll keep an eye out for it. I think it's there in the middle of that screen. It's like a little load of blotches. But we're a bit too far away for that. Unless you guys want me to reroute out to go and specifically have a look. There's the border. It's a little runway over there. That's what I think you're referring to, Yamato, isn't it? The airfield there. LNAV, VNAV, path, 2000 set. QNH is still 1015 on the METAR. Cheers to that, Badger. What do you reckon, folks? Heading mode? We'll try and fly over the space station, or should we stick to our nav plan route? Let me know in the next 30 seconds. Chris. Go and have a look. Watch out. Round we go. Yeah, ordinarily you wouldn't be able to do this, but hey ho, this is flight sim. Do what we want. So I'll do that when we get a bit closer. We'll do a direct head null. So let's see if that track gives us an intercept. Well, it kind of does. So allegedly, according to Elevatex, it's on the nose. Let's go 0 to 100 degrees. Going off piste. So this is I mean, I didn't even know this existed down here. This is the European Space Agency's French Guiana rocket launch base. That's basically what this is, isn't it? Europe's spaceport is situated in the northeast of South America in French Guiana, an overseas department of France. In 1964, the French government chose Kourou from 14 other sites as a base from which to launch its satellites. When the ESA came into being in 1975, the French government offered to share its Centre Spatial Guyanais with the ESA. It's just over 500 kilometers north of the equator. Its nearness to the equator makes this ideally placed for launches into geostationary transfer orbit, as few changes have to be made to the trajectory of a satellite. Launchers also profit from the slingshot jet effect, that is the energy created by the speed of the Earth's rotation around the axis of the poles. This increases the speed of a launcher by 460 meters per second, therefore saving fuel and money and prolonging the active life of satellites. The launch angle is 102 degrees, enabling a wide range of missions from east to north. French Guiana is scarcely populated, and 90% of the country is covered by equatorial forest. Wow. In addition, there is no risk of cyclones or earthquakes. Sounds heavenly. They've invested more than €2 billion in improving and developing the ground facilities at Europe's spaceport. It owns the special infrastructure built for the Ariane, Soyuz and Vega launchers, including launcher and satellite preparation buildings, launch operations facilities, and a plant for making solid propellant and integrating solid rocket motors. One day ago, the ESA secures access to Guiana Space Center for launches up to 2035. So yeah, we're back in Europe, folks, already, basically. Its location is more efficient than NASA's launching pad. Nice. What I'll do is I'll route 090. We'll look out for it. I think it's a little bit further down here. I don't imagine we're going to see very much, to be honest. Because of how remote this is. It's insane that 90% of this entire nation is forest. That's Cinemeri on the nose. So that therefore should be Kourou. Little town over there. In fact, no. That's the spaceport, I think. I've drifted this way because I want to see what this bit here is like. There's a river there. That's going to be that bit, so that's Cinemary. Then we turn right. So all of this here is the spaceport. Let's go and have a look. Go direct to our waypoint. Ednol. Execute. LNAV. Okay, welcome back. Thank you very much. So that little dent there. It basically is in the cloud as well, which doesn't help. But that, all of that there is the space center by the looks of it. I don't know if we're going to be above the cloud for it. Let's get a bit cheeky, see if we can get a bit lower. Yeah, there's a lot of poor weather building in French Guiana at the moment. It might scupper us somewhat. After all this, it'll be a well-intentioned idea, and then we'll get no we'll get no view of it because of the cloud. But at least we've learnt something new. But there's the spaceport. All of that. You can kind of see like the little kind of movements, the things out to the launch pads and things. That's a little bit of it there. Very tempted to get rid of the clouds for a moment as we fly over and then put live weather back on again. Very blurry, isn't it? There's very little photogrammetry around here. Probably for obvious reasons, it's a spaceport. Shouldn't need speed brake anymore. Get it armed. Car brakes off. Recall. Quick check for the checklists. Auto brake set, landing VRF minimums, approach brief, we completed that earlier. Override. Approach, yep. Got that prepped. Landing. Override. You know what we're doing. We're the pros. Ashley, welcome back. I wonder if we can get it a bit better this way. Can't really see it that much, can we? Spaceport. Very blurry. You kind of get the gist though, you can see the different launch pads and things. There it is. There's £2 billion euros worth of European financing down below us. Satellites and things. There's a little building there, look. Randomly rendered in. But not a single blot of photogrammetry for it. But there's Europe's spaceport. Which I never knew was here until today. You can you get the layout for it, the little launch pad zones and we've got 1228 on. There we do. Even that city there is very blurry. Peru. Look at this weather, my goodness. What have we got? Yeah, weather radar's on. There's a whole lot of weather right over the airfield. I have seen it, but yeah, I haven't tried it. Very expensive, isn't it, Joe? I can't remember where I was flying before, but I'm pretty sure I've flown. What was it name? No. Yes, thank you, Dual. Getting sidetracked by memories. Light signs. Overhead panel's good. Fuel's checked 13 tons. Yeah, it's super blurry, isn't it, Yamato? Even on Elevatex, when we looked earlier, it became mega blurry. So, Varuk is there. Who's that? Oh, he's climbing. He's just taken off. It might well be James. Cabin secure. Cayenne traffic, land Columbia 165 heavies, 777-300ER, QNH 1015, descending flight level 80 for 2,000 feet, direct Ednol for the RMP, runway 26 approach.
Hey, yo. Land Columbia 15 heavy. Please stop at the runway 26 for
Awesome, actually, that'd be well cool. Icing, they're on automatic, we'll just leave them on auto. Bring it down to 220. Max 220 at Ednol. Get rid of this music. Let's see. Yeah. It's a lot of weather. Dave's ready. Bit shaky, bit nervous. Into the cloud. A little bit of speed brake. Slow the jet down a bit. Hello Delta Tango, welcome matey. Good afternoon. Good morning to you. Leave that cracked a little bit just to spoil the lift over the top of the wings. Oh, it's very thick now, look at that. But there were CBs reported, so I'll put all the actual icing on properly. I'm trying to come down a bit low intentionally, so we get out below the cloud and we get those good views. We're at 4,000 feet and it's still like... Yeah, they are amazing, aren't they, Dwal? All the different cloud types and things like that is very nice. There's the coastline. (223). Looks like we're coming out to the cloud base. There's Cayenne. For the first time. We'll bring that to 700 foot per minute. Just to smooth that out. Charts ready. (3,001 to go). Still a lot of thick cloud. Lap 5. Nil win though. Start again. Look at that. What a landscape to arrive into. Want to head backtracking? Thank you, mate. Let's slow it down. We're about to turn final anyway, so we'll turn to 180 knots. About 264.
2500.
Check. Again, traffic. Columbia 165 He's turning final. 12 miles to land, runway 26, Cayenne.
Hey-o.
I was thinking approach mode, but it doesn't do approach mode in this, does it?
But we 18, question 08 will package at Charlie for gate 3.
Oh, that's 500. Wowzers. Let's go 10 miles over the water, get down. Put those back onto automatic light signs. One check of the recall. Car brakes off. FCA 26 coming up at 2000 mandatory, then we begin our descent down. And it's a 3-degree glide path angle, 264 degrees down to runway 26. Minimums is basically 400 feet above ground level. There's the runway. Cheers, David. Oh, look how amazing this looks though, what an approach. Got this 8. This is where I find out that it's doing something really rogue and it's not actually factored in my descent properly. RNAV approach, Scotty. You're thinking of ILS. Well, I've got a massively sidetracked there with views. 180, flaps 30, let's go, full flaps, 137, 142. Okay, so it's not doing an RNAV approach. You have to recycle that. My controls, my throttle, hand flying in. Again, traffic, Land Columbia 165 heavies, short final 26, visual approach to land. Flaps 30 and green, down and green. High rate of descent, but we've just got to capture that first. Set 2000, 142. Pitch power. Five knot crosswind now. Look at that visibility to the left. Ignore the flight director. For now, just flying this as a visual approach. I'm just checking speed against the picture that's in front of me.
Approaching 26.
ERAS. What an amazing scenic approach this is.
500, 400.
And that cloud's almost about to hit the airfield.
Approaching minimums, 300. Minimums.
Continue. A lot of tall trees there.
200, 100.
Speed's good. Profile's good. Little playful, but it handles wonderfully. Looking ahead.
50, 30, 20, 10.
Kick her back into the runway. Touchdown. Reverses. Haven't got any. Manual brakes. Interesting. Yeah, so they're stuck. There you go. Got to really force it out. Auto brakes off. Down below 10 knots now. Happy days. Good job. Welcome to Cayenne, everybody. Look at this. Again, traffic. Land Columbia 165 Heavies vacating at Charlie to the main gates. Well, the Truffinak we're going to park. 2. High Bagsy 2. What's this one here? 1. That'll do. Does it count as east parking? I think it does. There we go. Nailed it. Jolly good. Right, let's get the landing lights off, runway turn off lights, strobe lights. Taxi lights can come off as we're parking now. Don't need the logo lights. Park up on idle. Let's get rid of this, turn the flight directors off, that'll clear the autopilot panel. Marshalled. Thanks Delta Tango. Cheers Yamato. Boss man. Zato, thank you mate. I feel like we're going to run over the tug, but we'll see what happens. Oh, look at these custom vehicles. We're going to stop. We're in the tug now. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to get to me. I forgot to put the flaps up as well. I'll just do that real quick. That'll do. I have no idea what she wants. Off, 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 off. Absolutely washing her with radar.
Inbound, 20 miles out. Traffic.
AP's running. Flaps are still travelling, so I'll just give the flaps a minute. Here we go. Look at this for an approach. Properly cool. Oh yes, I'll get the FPM reading. Can't close the flight yet though, because I haven't turned the engines off. I think that might be the world's first Osprey Airways 777 freighter landing in Cayenne. Awesome touchdown. Shame FSLTL don't have the landing gear and stuff. It looks a bit weird otherwise, doesn't it, in 2024? Wonderfully done. Whole lot of thick, heavy cloud to contend with there. Okay, now we're talking about Air India's issue with the Dreamliner earlier. Here's the fuel control levers, right? Watch this animation. Get real close. Up and down and in. Up, down and in. We'll wait for that. We'll get chocks ready to go. Is it going to work? It's a bit of an ask. Quite tight. We've got air conditioning sponsored by Mitsubishi Electric. Beacon off. She's still waving her arms. Let's check New Sky for that score. Ta-da! Off-cent land landing. Boo! The 9.93. Happy with that. $32,399 dollary dues. And there's our little route. Pretty good. She's still going. I'll see if I can force it into yeah, there we go. Questy boarding. Oh, look at that. Is that right on the door? It is. Oh. There we go, drone camera, that's what we wanted. Who is... Oh, look at that weather now! Carlito's in next. Short final. Followed by Zato, followed by Jay, followed by MPS Gaming.
Traffic, Oscar 74, heavy short final, R926.
This is going to be spicy. We'll watch some of the touchdowns. We'll quickly go over here, have a look at some of this before he comes into view.
Traffic Air France 617 ahead above Edna.
And then we'll look at the main terminal area shortly.
Varuk at 2000, expecting the RNAV.
What you got there, mate? Little coffee, lovely. What's in it? Oh, little coffee in it. He's sitting there in a little brew. Cup of Joe. This is an awesome little scenery. It looks very nice.
This is gonna be spicy.
Oh, it's raining as well. Little maintenance shed.
Be in traffic, Oscar 74, heavy, short final, R926.
Yeah, it's getting very wet very quickly now. Here he comes. There's the windsock. Flat, but predominantly crosswind still. Oh my goodness, the visibility is getting really bad. Good luck for your approach. He's disappearing into the cloud. We got it just in time. So this was the 2,000 meter visibility on the forecast. Look how tropical it looks though. It's amazing. Looking good. That's alright, Liam. Commit, Carlito. You'll be fine.
Traffic, Air France 617, slowing down 200 knots. Overhead, Farouk, you'll call 5 miles out, runway 26. Traffic.
Oh, look at that. Oh, beautiful flare. Absolutely superb. We absolutely nailed that. Good effort.
Kind of doubted this one a little bit.
There's the VOR in the distance. Look how wet the runway is now. Liam's down the bottom. Let's check the tower. We'll have a look in the interior shortly.
Traffic Air France 617, field inside 12 o'clock position. Currently 10 miles,
This bit looks really
runway
cool.
26, we'll call 5 mile final.
The baggage hall.
Slow down to minimum approach
Oh,
speed,
look.
I got backtrack.
Copy Air France
How amazing that
617,
looks.
slowing down to minimum approach speed. Traffic.
Little teaser for the
Aiming
interior.
For Charlie.
Pop out here. What we got there? There's a few, look, they're all spinning away. Feeding the belts in the terminal. There's the airport fire service. Look at that tower. A little bit blurry on the concrete, but I can kind of forgive that and look over that. It's not really that problematic. Well, hey, look at that. Look how dark it's got. Backtrack's going to begin. Go have a little look at the military area. Little road there. Yes. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's like, what, 15 quid? Not bad. The question is, how much would you use a scenery that's this remote? Is the French Foreign Legion's base, complete with helicopters and plane. One of those would be great in the sim, wouldn't it?
And
What
traffic
that
Air
is.
France 617, 5 mile final 26. We're gonna cut it close.
Yes, we will. Don't abort.
Continuing
Oh,
Air
yeah,
France
jets.
617, copy.
Got military trucks there, look. We got down here. Gate, look, protecting that. Because this taxiway here that goes off up there, it's got a little X on it, it's actually closed. Look at that forest. So that's basically what we'd been flying over to the 08. Can't even see the end of the runway.
Cayenne traffic. American 1707 crossing Kendall.
Where's Zato on final? Try and get.
Cayenne.
In traffic, Osprey 784 heavy, runway vacated.
Oh hey, look at
Thank
that.
you, sir. That's Air France 617, the short final 26.
Scenic 4 runway vacate.
That's how we do it with Osprey.
Let's see how he does. Basically just going to see a plane in the cloud here. There he is. Quite literally. Oh, he's gone again. My goodness, that visibility. We made it. It's an FSLTL gearless AI aeroplane again. Touchdown. Nicely done. In the A350. Zoom, zoom. Very nice. Score. Here he goes. Who's next? How far are they?
And traffic,
Jay,
Osprey
on the coast.
Air France 617 vacated runway 26 with a WASM crash.
Oh no.
You gotta be kidding me. Good
Right on touchdown. I'm pissed.
He's down though.
Sorry, Lotto.
It's all good, no worries.
You can
Unibuilt
tax
in a nutshell, essentially.
bits in a nutshell. Brutal. Yeah, got these little houses dotted around. What is this? That's a radar.
That's why I hate this plane, man. It wasn't crash
Wow.
proof, and
I got a tug, so I'll just throw myself to the to the gate.
Even this approach here
The rushed out product, that's all it is.
looks really nice. Nice little lead up to the terminal area. They've done a great job of this. Wait to catch a plane or catch a truck. There's the sign. Little blurry. We'll have a look inside shortly. We might have a little look at arrivals first. Oh, hello. What are weird things with 2024 today. Very good.
Kind of traffic, American 1707, mile final runway.
Some animated passengers. Seem to be doing the same thing though, having a coffee. There's the Space Center stuff. Well, it's literally the only thing that this country's known for, isn't it? Oh, security. What have we got here? Check-in. Passport control. This is really good. Where'd you go through security? Pause format sortie. I don't know what any of that means. Air France Lounge. Very nice. It's the wrong font, I think. Press sure to go. Air France 953. On time. Booze. Shopping. Coffee. Gates. Arnie Lounge. Oh, look how cool this looks. The bags are all being delivered. Oh. Put the jetty back in place, please. Freight jetway. GSX keeps doing that. Or MSFS 2024 keeps doing that.
Cayenne traffic, American 1707, 5 mile final runway 26, Cayenne.
These are nice little touches because you can see it, look, from the jet. Kind of cockpit view if you like. Look, there we go. That's what you want to see from the apron. The life of the airfield around you. We've got these custom ground vehicles. Indy says hello everybody. try and catch Jay's touchdown. Very hazy. One and then MPS last. We've got one and then another to come in. There's the touchdown zone. And there's the plane. What do you guys think of the scenery then? Now that we've kind of had a little look around, is there anything you want to see specific to the scenery? Exploring it? Or should we just plain watch the last 2 touchdowns? Liam, have a good one, mate. If you do like the scenery and you want to get your hands on it, it is linked in the description down below. Beautiful touchdown, look at that. You can get it by Contrail. We've still got that 10% off code for the channel, by the way. So if any of you... God, he's disappearing again. If any of you do want to get your hands on it, you've not used the 10% off code and want to buy a few things off Contrail, they've given us a special 10% off code. Everyone can use it once each to get 10% off your final checkout. This is superb weather, isn't it? But look at this landscape. Look at that, surrounding the airfield.
Cayenne traffic, America 1707, clear runway 26. Cayenne.
Good job. Oh, it literally disappeared into cloud. It blows me away that this whole nation is 90% forest. Quite something. I reckon we've got 5 minutes for MPS. Enjoy the weather move through. You can actually see it rolling through on the screen. Which is a very nice way of kind of seeing how visually great msfs 2024 is.
Cayenne traffic Osprey 598 at 4,000 feet, descent to 2,000 feet, heading 108, inbound at 10 miles, Osprey 58.
Zata, have a good one, matey. Good effort today. Sorry about the WASM crash. Plaguing the A350 still, it seems. There we go. Elevatex. There we go. There's the weather over the airfield at the moment. Rolling in. There's MPS. In his 737-800. Oof. I didn't think the weather would be like this when we arrived, that's for sure. I thought, yeah, the forecast looked alright until we took off, and then it started to get really changeable, is probably the best way to put it. Sato. Brutal. Mind you, at least that one kind of works as intended, quote unquote, because it's obviously a very different experience to what any builds has created. Oh, Phoenix A350 would be amazing. Can't go wrong with the 777s, Arto. Let's see. 3,000 feet over the water, turning in. So he's about 5 minutes out. Good luck, MPS. Nice little break in the weather though, starting to come in, so might be a good time. Got that rolling in though, which looks thicker.
Inbound route 5 miles for runway 26 approach.
And literally the whole F. The airport's invisible. Here we go. Let's go from this side this time. Too hot for dog training tomorrow, so it doesn't sound like we're going anywhere. It's ridiculously hot here at the moment. Yeah, I've not flown the Horizon 787 for a long time actually. It's working now in 2024, isn't it? And supposedly is pretty decent, he says.
Cayenne traffic was by 598 on fine 26.
Let's change music. Inspirational music for focusing. Good luck, MPS. When they update the A350, do you have to go off it and uninstall it, clear the WASM folder thing out again, or have they solved that? Should be where we took our screenshot earlier as we crossed over the coast. Over that little hill. There he is, yep. Bosh. He's basically about to start his final descent now.
Osprey 598 Cayenne traffic on final approach runway 26 6 miles for landing.
Are you ready? SLH Sim Designs, welcome. The developers in the chat, folks. Got any questions? Far away. It's a very nice scenery. Thank you very much. Where is he? We're out and looking now. Yes, he's very close. He's almost in kind of visibility distance
Cayenne
now.
traffic, Osprey Fahrenheit, 3 miles for landing
There we
runway
go.
26.
Yeah, someone popped into our Discord the other day and said they kept going on about the WASM crashing and then they got banned from the Unibuild's Discord server, but I think it depends on how you word these things and if you're helpful or if you're just angry keyboard bashers kind of thing. I expect that that person might have been the latter. There he is in the haze, there we go, good luck. 777-800. It looks like an FSLTL with no landing gear again. Looking good. Challenging visibility. Crosswinds. See him correcting actually for that little crosswind. Nicely done. Ooh. It's a heavy one. He's down. It's only cargo. Smashed bottles of gin. Well done, matey. Let me clear this weather so you can see what this place looks like without the cloud and the rain. Look at that. Look at that landscape.
Cayenne traffic, Osprey Fahrenheit, vacated runway 26.
There we go. Good effort. Challenging with the visibility and the wind and the rain. Nicely done. Big thank you to everyone who's flown along for the duration of today's flight from Bogota out to this new SLH Sim Designs Cayenne French Guiana scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Really, really nice bit of kit. Lots of animated people. Hit like, hit subscribe before you go and do anything else. And in the meantime, let's have a little look over here. French are everywhere. Thank you very much for watching. If you're in the UK, be careful in the heat wave, stay hydrated.
Cayenne traffic,
And I'll see you next week. Thank you very much for watching.
To gate 3. Cayenne traffic.